Good morning and welcome to Wantage Road for this LV Insurance County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Nottinghamshire. My name's Sam Keir. Next to me is Dan Jadzovics. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning, Sam.
How have you been?
Very well, thank you, mate. How about yourself?
Yeah, very well, and delighted to be back up here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end of the ground, ready for this four-day game. The news from the toss is that Nottinghamshire won the toss and have elected to field. So it will be Northants batting first, and on their way to the middle, Ricardo Vasconcelos, and making his first appearance of the summer, Emilio Gay, who is in for Hassan Azad, who is struggling with that finger injury he picked up in the draw against Somerset. But great news to see Emilio Gay back in the side. I'll give you the team news from both sides. So Nottinghamshire have two changes, with Dane Patterson coming in for Ollie Stone, who is out with that hamstring injury he picked up in their draw against Lancashire. And left arm spinner Liam Patterson-White is in for Stuart Broad, who we assume is being rested by England. So Nottinghamshire's 11, Hasib Hamid, Ben Duckett, Ben Slater, Matt Montgomery, Joe Clark keeping wicket with Tom Moores still injured, Lyndon James, captain Stephen Mullaney, Patterson-White, as I mentioned, another Northants old boy in Brett Hutton, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. It will be Fletcher that's going to take the new ball from the David Capel end, and Ricardo Vasconcelos will be taking strike in front of us here. We're on a wicket which is very well positioned for our commentary post up here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. It does mean a shortish boundary on the onside for the left-handed Vasconcelos, and quite a lengthy one on the offside. And just to run through the Northants side for completeness sake: Vasconcelos, Gay, as mentioned, Sam Whiteman captaining again. Luke Proctor has not quite made it back from his shoulder injury. He was 50-50 according to John Sadler on the eve of this game, but he has not made it. Saif Zaib at 4, carded at 4, Rob Keogh at 5, then the all-rounder James Sales, Harry Goldstone with the gloves, Lewis McManus still injured. Tom Taylor, after his crucial knock with Whiteman to secure the draw at Taunton. Gareth Berg returns. He's in for Ben Sanderson, which is a blow, or Sanderson's absence certainly is a blow for Northants. He's got an injury, we're not quite sure where, but it's the upper half of the body apparently. Overseas, Australian overseas, Jordan Buckingham playing his second game, and then leading wicket taker for Northants, Jack White at 11.
Very, very full start today by Luke Fletcher, isn't it? The first 3 balls have been right up in Vasconcelos' half. Amazing, so good to see Ricardo score that 70 down at Taunton last week. And also brilliant to see Emilio Gay back in a Northants shirt and out playing for the first time this summer as well.
Yeah, really exciting, such an exciting talent. And I think we weren't necessarily expecting to see him in the Championship this side of the blast, so a bonus indeed. Oh, and the first runs of the morning will come off an inside edge from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Some exciting, I mean, only one win or only one result in the last round of Championship games, but some exciting cricket right into the later stages of the final day. Both these sides involved in having to hang on. 9 wickets down, Notts were, and Sam Whiteman and Tom Taylor doing much of the heavy lifting to see Northants through to a draw at Taunton. So yeah, still plenty of entertainment even in drawn games, that's for sure.
Yeah, losing so much time at the moment, aren't we, with the weather about, which is always rubbish. And you'd say of the 2 draws, Notts were slightly squeakier towards the end of that last day than what Northants had kind of put themselves in down at Taunton. But
yeah, for sure,
quite a ridiculous partnership by the Notts players at the end to secure that draw against Lancs last week. I must admit, from a cricket fan's perspective, I'm a bit gutted the fact that Stuart Broad's not playing.
Yeah, I think he's a box office player for sure.
from a Northants commentator's perspective, however, I wasn't that upset when I saw the Notts team yesterday and saw his name excluded. But that's not to say that this Notts team isn't stacked with quality players that you've gone through and listed out a moment ago. None other than Ben Duckett returning to Wantage Road.
Yeah, and another, as I mentioned, another Northants old boy. He's sandwiched his career with a Northants filling between his 2 stints at Notts, and he was certainly impressive here at Wantage Road. But he is doing himself proud in his 2nd stint at Nottinghamshire. He's 4th in the Division 1 wicket takers currently, 18 wickets at just under 18, and he's played a game fewer than all those 3 bowlers above him. So very impressive start to the season for Brett Hutton.
5 for 66 last week against Lancs, wasn't it? Including the wicket of Josh Bohannon, who I believe is top of the pops. Shape as well, first up from Brett Hutton, wasn't there, back into Vasconcelos?
Yeah, and that's what he does, isn't it? To the left-hander, just pushing it across with the arm, but bringing it back in. It's dangerous bowler, certainly to the left-hander. And that might well be the first. No, 2 runs for Vasconcelos. The outfield still pretty slow. It'll be dragged up inside the boundary. It was a nice drive through extra cover by Vasconcelos. But Dane Patterson does the fielding. Talking of Patterson, you mentioning about Stuart Broad but not being able to bring in bowlers. Not bad being able to bring someone of Patterson's quality in for either Stone or Broad. Bit of a worry, Stone's injury, and you speculated off mic that that the ECB might have got the kittens after seeing him pull up with a hammy. Suddenly, all the England players have been pulled out of this round of games. No Pope for Surrey, no Robinson for Sussex, and indeed no Broad for Notts.
I think it's quite easy to come to that cynical conclusion.
Well, I don't think it's cynical. It's probably sensible.
I think I'm sure they've got some very, very thorough and elaborate plans in place to manage these guys, rather than one guy gets a flat tire and all of a sudden everybody has to take the week off.
Jimmy Anderson is playing for Lancashire, however, so I think Jimmy's probably proved that it doesn't matter how much he bowls, he'll be all right. Famous last words is...
Oh, Can we soundbite that for the summer as well, just in case?
Yeah, be careful what I say.
Yeah, Sam Keir said.
He'll be fine. So we've got, weather-wise, we've got some sort of high clouds, plenty of them, a little bit of blue skies. You'll see from the pictures, sun beaming down. I don't think we'll be threatened by any rain for the foreseeable. That's a nice shot from Vasconcelos. Probably one you're going to have to run for again, as Hamid does the fielding out on that long mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, it was great to see Ricardo Vasconcelos scoring that 70, because you felt like it was coming. You know, he'd looked so good in that Kent game early season, and then got out rather unfortunately in some pretty dreary conditions. And then in the other innings, he'd come out and sort of looked $1 million, but got out pretty early. So to see him play fluently and get a score was very encouraging for Northants supporters.
Yeah, he got a stonking delivery, didn't he? First up against Hampshire last time we were here. Didn't really give him any chance to get going at all. But as you said, other than that, he's looked, albeit with the scores that he's kind of produced so far, he's looked in really good form. Very organised. So it was brilliant to watch and to see Ricardo score those runs in the first innings, and hopefully his partner here.
Oh, what a shot. I tell you what, if you haven't played cricket for however many months, and that's your first scoring shot, then you're doing all right. An absolutely glorious, dominant straight drive from Emilio Gay, who, picking up where he left off last season, that was a wonderful shot.
Shot boy. I mean, I don't know Emilio that well. I did get the pleasure of working with him last summer, and I can tell you he quite enjoys batting. After the Hampshire game, he was straight over in the cage having a net with the batting coach, and I suspect he's worked incredibly hard off the field to make sure this comeback is as successful as it possibly can be for him. I think I'd filmed with him for about an hour, and he walked off from the filming session with his pads on and his bat still, with his bag over his back, straight into the indoor school and set up the automatic bowling machine and just batted some more.
Which you love to see. Appetite for the game. Because he's a pretty cool character, but he's not. Doesn't let that get in the way of his sort of hard work, does he? And should mention, of course, that the Northamptonshire live stream is powered by Daffabet. Big thanks to Daffabet for their support, for making this possible. And some news for anyone who was hoping to get to Dunstable for the second 11 T20s against the Netherlands. Unfortunately, those are both cancelled today, so no cricket at Dunstable today. Those second 11 T20s against the Netherlands off because of overnight rain. And that is even better from Gay. An absolutely glorious straight drive, just leant on it, pure timing, and he looks, dare I say it, $1 million.
Honestly, Sam, he really does, doesn't he? He looks like he hasn't taken the time out of what we've known he has. Knots are bowling very, very full, aren't they? Trying to get as much lateral movement and assistance out of this pitch and from these overheads as they possibly can. And I think what we've seen up here the last couple of games as well, those new ball wickets, without sounding like a complete cliche machine here, are incredibly key. Yeah. And can really kind of put a huge dent on a team. It doesn't look quite as green as what it did against Hampshire the last time we were up here. Whether they've taken a couple of miller grass off, I didn't get a chance to speak to the ground staff this morning. But yeah, I guess they'll be looking up and thinking, well, let's get as much assistance as we can out of here as possible.
I mean, what are we? 2.5 overs into the game, but looks a belter at this stage. Let's hope that doesn't bring about a collapse. Bit of extra bounce there from Fletcher, who concedes 8 off his second over. It's a change of pace, isn't it? Gay in for Azad. Azad, very much someone who likes to absorb deliveries, whereas Emilio will, will take the bowling on from the start.
Well, both him and Ricardo will be very keen, won't they, to get going. There isn't. I'm sure that they both would have the ability and the mindset to get in behind and defend if they needed to, but you get the impression from both of them they're very happy to kind of fill bat on ball and get their account ticking along nicely, the strike rates.
Yeah, a little extra bounce again there from
dragged
Hutton.
The length back a bit, haven't they, I think?
Yeah. But it looks like a pretty firm, good-paced wicket, which is no mean feat. Here we are in the middle of May and
just coming out of monsoon season.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, you see that in the outfield, those 2 shots which, well, that first one which I was certain was going to go for 4, driven through the covers. A short boundary as well, and it was pulled up well short.
Yeah, definitely dragged the length back a bit, haven't they, these two guys in the last 3 or 4 deliveries. Obviously trying to extract as much movement through the air as they possibly could first up, and potentially realised that there wasn't quite as much movement through the air as what they maybe had hoped, and drag the length back a touch and see if there's anything off the pitch instead.
And Northants should see that as a victory, really.
Early on.
Yeah, if you've seen that as if you've knocked bowlers off their plans, if that is indeed what's happened. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us, and we would love to hear from you. We had really good correspondence during the Hampshire game. Two ways of doing that. Stream at nccc.co.uk. Stream at nccc3cs.co.uk. Or on Twitter at Northants CCC.
Such a good line, isn't it? Very good leave by Vasconcelos as well.
But do you see what I mean about this pitch offering sort of consistent pace and carry already, in that that was left on length, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so it went over off stump.
Yeah, with that shake back into Ricardo.
I think this, well, it's early days, but may not have been the worst toss to lose based on the pitch, at least. You've obviously still got to bat properly and hopefully get a bit of assistance from the bowlers, but yeah, encouraging early signs if you're a Northamptonshire supporter. We don't just want to hear from Northants fans. We do want to hear plenty from Northants fans, but those those joining us from Nottinghamshire or Nottinghamshire fans, then you are very welcome. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the Not season so far, the championship as a whole so far. Yeah, again, just getting it to come back in.
Yeah, it's kind of stood up and swung past the stumps, isn't it? Rather than to challenge Vasconcelos, it seems to have swung there more as it's past the bat anyway. Which, as I had the pleasure of the company of Phil Rowe, the last game here against Hampshire, he did say that this ground's it's a bit nasty for wicket keepers in that sense. It does swing quite significantly past the stump to other grounds.
Yeah, well, it will be a test for Joe Clark, who is standing in for Tom Moores.
Change of field straight away as well, isn't there, for Luke Fletcher? Third slips come out to Emilio and gone in at catching mid wicket as well. It's obviously going to bowl very, very straight to Emilio here, aren't they? Which could play into Emilio's hands with those two straight drives that we've seen early this morning, but clearly they see that work into the leg side as a wicket-taking option here.
Yeah, well, and so often, I think we discussed this previously in the season, is a batter's strength is often their weakness as well. So then it's just a case of which prevails. And that's the first ball we've really seen go past the outside edge. It was that was a good length, and just zipped past Gay's outside edge. And that's probably where you want to be bowling, right?
I would say so, yeah. Yeah. I think they to be fair, you can't blame anybody to bowl so full.
Well, you've got to see what the ball's going to do. Yeah, exactly.
And it may well be that length becomes more appropriate as this ball gets a little bit older. That lacquer comes off. They're able to work on it a little bit more, and potentially there is a bit more kind of movement through the air than what there was with the brand new one. I would certainly say over the games that we've commentated on so far here, Sam, that swing has continued. That movement has carried on throughout the entirety of the innings as well. It's not like that Duke's ball has gone flat at any point and hasn't really offered anything for the bowlers, has it?
That's another glorious shot from Emilio Gay. His third boundary this time through mid-wicket. As Dan said, that plan to bowl straight to him. Well, on that occasion, Emilio Gay took full advantage, the clip off the legs. I think what we've seen with that new ball, I think you're right about movement through the air, but what that new ball has offered so far this season here at Wantage Road is plenty of nip off the seam.
Yeah.
And we're not really seeing that this morning. So 2 slips, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, sort of silly mid-on, or short very short mid-on, catching mid-wicket, and a fine leg, or a backward square leg, really, between the two. The slip cordon representing the Northants Old Boys Club, Hutton and Duckett at first and second slip, respectively. There's that extra bounce again, as Fletcher bowls a maiden. No, hang on, the screen hasn't updated. There was that glorious shot for 4. The scorer has missed that boundary, haven't they?
They have.
Yeah.
Interesting, though, that...
as it shows on the replay, just to confirm that Emilio Gay did play that glorious shot.
It did actually happen, Sam, yeah. I was just thinking, like, Fletcher there looks a lot more threatening on that 4th stump, 5th stump line rather than bowling straighter, doesn't he? He seems to be getting a little bit more movement, a bit more bounce.
Well, I think with the new ball, you've got to just plug away at off stump. Email from Nigel. Loving the coverage, guys. What do you think is a good score on that wicket? Great to see Emilio back. Oh, wholeheartedly agree, Nigel. Thank you for your email. Very, very difficult to say this early on what's a good score, but that's well left by Vasconcelos. What I would say is I think it looks by far the best batting pitch of the season so far at Wantage Road. Your views on that, Dan?
I mean, I don't think either of us, I certainly would speak for myself, but nowhere near qualified to come up with a number quite so early on. As you said, it has looked good so far. Honestly, I don't know, Sam. I'd love to give a number. I really would, but I think that's something that those type of questions, as interesting as they are to kind of get in and talk about, like they'll be brilliant to pose to the players that will get to come onto the stream during the course of this game. And I think there's almost half a dozen guys, I think, that are pretty keen to get involved over the next 4 days, and arguably going to be much better qualified than you and I to.
Yeah, they've been there and done it.
To answer those.
Hutton's been on the money, as he has all season. Just 4 runs from his 2.4 overs so far. He's enjoyed a fantastic start to the season. He's got an identical field bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end, as Fletcher did last over from the David Capel end. So I think there's something in that silly mid-on, one that might pop up, and I guess that's based on the extra bounce they've seen as much as the line they're bowling. And he's bringing it in, Hutton, but so far Ricardo Vasconcelos has been very astute in knowing exactly where his off stump is, and more importantly, the height of his off stump.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just noticing, you see the footmarks that Luke Fletcher's created from the David Capel end straight away, having bowled just the 3 overs. I know he's 6'6", and so a big boy, but clearly a fair bit of moisture in this pitch if he's creating those kind of footholds straight away.
Very observant, Dan.
You sometimes pick up a few things. But no, they're quite dramatic, actually, aren't they? They say you can see them quite clear on the live stream there. There's big footholds.
So what does that mean, do you think? That if once the surface sort of wears out a bit, we might see the ball do more? If the moisture sort of comes to the top, if there's a top layer that's hard and dry and then a bit of wet moisture underneath?
I guess logically you'd think if it was a bit tackier that you'd get a little bit more seam movement out of it, a little bit more sideways movement. I suppose for people like Liam Patterson, White and Rob Keogh, as the game goes on, those footholds could become quite tasty. But I guess you'd probably need that to dry out quite a bit before the spinners really start kind of bowling into those and kind of getting huge benefit from those. I just thought it was interesting to see them quite clear. Clearly is an element of, unsurprisingly, an element of moisture in that top.
But strangely,
top layer.
Not at this end. almost no evidence of Hutton's.
Bit lighter on his feet, maybe.
Well, for sure. Actually, he looks really fit, Brett Hutton, doesn't he? Like he's in very good condition.
And that's not to say that Luke Fletcher isn't, of course. Makes the umpire's job a bit easier, though, managing where the danger zone is, where you should and shouldn't be running. I didn't go in there, Ums. What do you mean? Well, there's my footsteps. It's almost like he's creating his own heat map, isn't he, down at the crease.
Yeah, the umpires in this game, Neil Pratt, who is standing at the David Capel end where Luke Fletcher is currently operating from. And Richard Illingworth at square leg.
Tweet in from John as well, just to say good to hear Sam and Dan on comms, and great to see Emilio back in the middle as well. Hopefully more excited to see Emilio back in the middle than they are to listen to us, T.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that. Still, we'll do our best, Dan.
We'll muddle through. Straight again, wasn't it, by Fletcher?
And you see Fletcher's response. He felt like, I mean, bowlers always do this. If you'd missed that, you were in trouble as the ball rockets out of the middle of the bat. But yeah, that's the plan. I think trying to just drag Gay forward, maybe get him to overbalance, and then beat the inside edge of his bat, bring LBW and bowl into the equation. So far, he's been rock solid. And that one, again, clipped off the legs just for a single, as Dane Patterson does the fielding. Again, that plan.
I'd love to know whether, like the plan to Emilio, I'd love to know whether it's different, whether it's different because it's his first game back. Do you know, like whether there's kind of the guy's not played for a few weeks, for a few months or whatever. We kind of know where his strengths and weaknesses are, but because he hasn't played for that length of time, I wonder whether we might be a bit more susceptible to the straight one. Maybe, I don't know.
That's a fair point. Although, like you say, I think Emilio will have been doing plenty in the nets. But it's not quite the same, is it? I think, as cool a customer as he is, when you haven't played yet this season and you're coming back from an injury, there'd have been a few extra nerves for him this morning.
Yeah, I suspect so.
But he's not shown them, as the 7th over is completed. Northamptonshire 18 for naught, looking composed and solid. Scott, thanks for your email. It says, good to see Emilio back. The team have really missed him this early season. Looks like he's never been away. Well, yeah, if he bats like this, or even just for the morning session, then he'll have made a very decent contribution. So no arguments with that, Scott. Stuart, our friend Stuart, who is our correspondent from the Dordogne, who claims to be the president of the French Conkers Federation, has been back in touch. Good to have you with us, Stuart. And he says the whole of the Dordogne hopes to see these two young openers get off to a good start. So it's good to hear that daily life in the Dordogne has ground to a halt as everyone tunes into the Northants live stream, including Stuart. Oh, and that's a nice delivery. Touch fuller from Hutton. And this one actually zips away, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think the first one that I've really noticed that he's managed to get that movement away from the left-hander. Makes it slightly easier for Notts having two left-handers at the crease as well. You can stick to the same plans. You get into a nice rhythm bowling to the same guys. Obviously, these two lads are going to offer differences in height rather than handedness, if that's even a word.
That there was a good illustration of why, even though he had his outside edge beaten the ball before, actually the way Emilio Gay is setting up is intelligent. He's playing it late. He's sort of almost playing it behind his pad, getting outside the line. And so you're almost taking that outside edge away out of it for the one that does nip away. But if it does come back in, you're sort of safe from the LBW. So yeah, intelligent setup from Gay.
I suspect Brett Hutton is a bit quicker than Luke Fletcher as well. So therefore, you get a little bit more pace to play with, don't you? And can play as you said, behind the pads, whereas those shots that we've seen through the onside from Emilio off Luke Fletcher have obviously been played well out in front of him, haven't they?
Those shots from Emilio have got me thinking what might be our first question to the listeners.
Oh, okay.
As he drives, not quite timing it perfectly into the offside. Again, it looked nice. Yes, so my question is to you, Dan, and to everyone watching, and I'm not basing this on volume of runs scored or averages, but in terms of batters to watch in the current county championship, in terms of the way they play, who's up there? I think Emilio's right up there. He's, you know, there's nothing ugly about the way he bats.
Certainly not so far today. It's a great question as well. It's a great question. And if that isn't a thought-provoking email/tweet-provoking question, I don't know what is. I think both of these lads are going to be pretty exciting to watch, aren't they?
Yeah.
Safe as well, further down the orders. Definitely a shot maker. Ben Duckett for the Oppo today is going to be a very enjoyable guy to watch for sure.
I'm talking pure aesthetics, you know. So
like an Ian Bell cover drive, basically, is what you're going for.
Because, you know, Ben Duckett scores quickly. He's exciting to watch, but he's certainly not the most attractive in terms of if you were opening the textbook. You know what I mean? Which is not a criticism. I'm just interested. Those Emilio Gay shots have got me really excited this morning.
Yeah, it's got you purring.
Yeah, for sure. And the replay. Producer, I actually think that's the least attractive of the three. So if we can get the straight drives on, that would be great. They were a top draw. Anyway, I'm conscious of the famous commentator's curse, but anyway, it's Vasconcelos on strike to Fletcher. Oh, bad news from the producer. The replays of those straight drives have corrupted, so we only have the memories. But we'll always have the memories. 3 slips for Vasconcelos, so an extra man brought in. Hutton, Duckett and Montgomery are the 3 Nottinghamshire slippers.
Yeah, and looks like Montgomery's going to go from third slip, isn't he? Back to that catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, for Gay.
Space as they cross.
Decent numbers in today. Bit warmer than the first days of the previous 2 home games, so good to see. Good to see a smattering of supporters populating Wantage Road.
No, you're right. It looks really nice out there today, Sam. Straight again by Luke Fletcher. And Emilio up to the task. So who is the answer to your question then?
It's all subjective. I was just going through it in my head.
Because you weren't very complimentary about Steve Smith in the car on the way up this morning.
Yeah, so being the absolute nerd that I am, whilst Northants were away, I took the opportunity to go up to Worcester for 2 days to see the Steve Smith circus. I mean...
Oh, beats Emilio this time. Emilio played the line nicely there, didn't he? The ball just nipped away. And I don't know, from a very amateur perspective, sat all the way up here, it looks an awful lot more threatening, that 4th, 5th stump line from Luke Fletcher than it does when he bowls straighter.
You can get too clever, can't you?
Mm.
There's a reason that, you know, plugging away at that channel brings results.
And there we go. Emilio goes caught behind off the bowling of Luke Fletcher, goes for a pretty looking 15, but will make his way back to the dressing room on his return to the Northants side, leaving partner Vasconcelos not out on 6.
He'll be furious with himself. I don't think that was there to drive. It was probably not quite full enough.
No, I'd agree with you. A more challenging line, I think, and ultimately I think that's the line there that has paid off.
Yeah, I think it took Fletcher a few overs to sort of get into his work, but yeah, just been tempted, hasn't he?
Yeah, good take by Joe Clark, and first wicket of the day, 21 for 1.
But that's the sort of argument for just plugging away outside, just especially with a batter that likes to score. If you can frustrate them.
No, you're absolutely right. Sam Whiteman, standing captain, comes to the crease, fresh off 130 not out last week down at Taunton. Batted really well here, didn't he, in the victory against Middlesex as well. Leading run scorer for Northants so far this year. I think he's 16th overall in the charts, averaging 33 so far. And let's hope he carries on from where he left off last week.
Just quick mention of Nigel. I won't read your email. Well, I will read your email out, but I think you gave the kiss of death to Emilio. He said if Emilio gets some runs, he can't be that far away, given the way he plays, from at least getting on a winter tour with England. And next ball he was out. So thanks for email, Nigel, but we'll probably won't be forwarding it on to Emilio until he's had a chance to cool down.
No. Luke Fletcher to Sam Whiteman then. And straight again from Luke Fletcher. Sam Whiteman up to it. 21 for 1. 9 overs gone. Emilio Gay, the batter, to be dismissed in that Luke Fletcher over.
Interesting interview with Sam Whiteman in the Chronicle and Echo. Jeremy Casey, the sports editor there, speaking to Sam Whiteman. And Whiteman very honest about how he had found adjusting to English pitches a challenge, and how he'd consciously been having to force himself forward in the nets. And I think we probably saw, that was just before the Somerset game, and I think we probably saw that paying off there.
Yeah. As Hutton continues, and off the back foot, well fielded at cover there off Vasconcelos. No, I think you're right. I think we both kind of made comments in those previous games, didn't we, about being a Western Australian playing at the whacker and falling into that kind of trap and that cliche of being a hard, fast, bouncy pitch and being able to play off the back foot. And it was quite apparent that Sam Whiteman was comfortable off the back foot, wasn't it? Like, he looked very, very strong cutting the ball, which turned out to be his downfall in one of those innings here a couple of weeks back. Full again in shape from Brett Hutton. But I should imagine it probably does take a little while to adjust to the different conditions, and to throw into the mix just how wet it's been in the UK over the last month as well.
Yeah. No, well, his exact words were, well, maybe I'll read it between overs, but it's a really interesting quote, and I thought it was great to hear a batter be honest about that challenge and sort of give an insight into...
Full and a single for Vasconcelos, who puts Sam Whiteman on strike. So yeah, I think it's definitely been an adaptation, hasn't there, from those Australian to the English conditions. But then also these English conditions so far this summer have been exaggerated somewhat, haven't they? I think we were talking in the car on the way up about the fact that we've had almost 2.5 times the annual expected rainfall for the month of April in the UK. So that's only going to make those pitches lower and slower and stickier and harder to bat on if you are used to those hard, fast, bouncy ones over in Oz.
Ooh. Yeah, and you can see he's taking guard just outside his crease, isn't he? Just to try and negate that movement. But his natural game is his feet are almost next to each other when he takes his stance, and he's got a very low back lift, so he's waiting for the ball to sort of come to him rather than him coming to the ball. But I think that's something he's been working really hard on. Well, certainly those quotes suggests the case. He said, it's been a huge change, especially as I'm someone who's played at the whacker, where your first instinct is to go back and you try not to come forward as much as possible because the ball's lifting and, you know, next thing you know, you've had your outside edge found or your face blown off. It's probably the complete opposite on these wickets, where if you go back a lot, you're going to get bowled or trapped LBW. So that has been the hardest adjustment for me. And I'm still making a conscious effort in training to try and get forward, and I'm getting there. He said that before the Somerset game, and I think there was real evidence of that. But it was a good interview from Jeremy Casey in the Northampton Chronicle and Echo. Very interesting.
Yeah. Another over complete by Brett Hutton. Looks like Dane Patterson was getting loose, so I don't know whether he's going to come on and have a bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Fletcher's probably got himself another one after the wicket, hasn't he?
Yeah, looks like he's carrying on, doesn't it? I think it's like adding to that as well. The bowlers that you're going to come up against over in the Sheffield Shield and on those pitches compared to what we have on offer here in the County Championship, you're probably talking about, I don't know, 10, 8 mile an hour difference with those skill sets. You don't need to be as quick over here, do you, to take those wickets?
Yeah, you don't see many Luke Fletchers in the Sheffield Shield.
No.
And I don't think it's a question of one being better than the other. It's just, you know, different skills in different circumstances. Actually, you see, I was going to say, you know, it's someone like Lance Morris, who was going to come over from Western Australia and play for Northants before he was ruled out with that stress fracture. Probably would have taken him some time to adjust to, you know, to the lengths he's got to bowl. Because actually, on softer, slower pitches, then that becomes a sort of cuttable.
Oh, well fielded there. Vasconcelos picks up another one. A good hand from the fielder at mid-off to stop anything more than just a single.
Jonathan Gibbs on our aesthetically pleasing batters. He says Sam Hain from Warwickshire and Jack Haynes from Worcestershire. Yeah, agree with both those. Jack Haynes is a really exciting talent, and Sam Hain is proving again. I hear probably not the thing you want to hear if you're Sam Hain, but a lot of people compare him to James Hildreth as being someone who's going to score bucket full of runs but never really get a look in for England. You hope that's not the case. Surely, you know, if you score, all you can do is keep scoring runs, but that's what Hildreth did, and he never got the nod, did he?
No, and I think the longer it goes on, the more that story and that conversation is going to keep coming back up, isn't it? It's going to be quite difficult to shake that, I think. And I mean, he's done it, particularly in List A cricket, so well. That's a single for Sam Whiteman, who gets off. No, it's two for Sam Whiteman. It's gone through. Is that Lyndon James, isn't it? I think he was starting to have a little bit of a loosen up as well. So
I like the name Lyndon. It's sort of, I think it's very Nottinghamshire. It's got like D.H. Lawrence overtones. You know, they're sort of earthy, colliery style.
Robs from the rich and gives to the poor.
Oh yeah, could be.
Anyway, Fletcher to Whiteman. Full again and left alone in the end by Sam. 3 to Joe Clark.
It's a no ball in the end.
It was a no ball. Looks like they're offering Sam Whiteman the opportunity to drive down the ground, aren't they? Lyndon James is very wide there at mid-off, so there is a big gap if Sam Whiteman fancies taking it on. Left alone again. Shape that's just stood up, hasn't it? The ball that's hit the seam and gone away from the Northants skipper.
Yeah, well, I think this, again, based on the early signs, will probably be the closest to a pitch that Sam Whiteman is used to playing on. There is that extra bounce. We've seen Ricardo Vasconcelos in particular leaving on length. I guess it's easiest to do against the new ball. But when it gets softer, you probably want to be a bit careful.
Yeah, definitely. Defended again at the end of the over. And I think we are going to have a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So Brett Hutton's opening spell seems to be done, and I think we're going to have South African Dane Patterson to have a bowl and see what he can get out of this Wantage Road pitch. Missed out last week. Couple of test matches for South Africa. I think he's got just over 500 first-class wickets to his name.
He's sort of, if you were going, okay, we want someone for the whole season who's going to be suited to our conditions as an overseas pro, then he's right up there, isn't he?
He's been at Notts for at least one season,
yeah,
if not a couple. I think he's done pretty well throughout that. 13 wickets so far this year. 5 for 46 versus Somerset, his best return.
No, he had a great season last year, 56 wickets at 22. Obviously in Division 2, but so I don't know if I'm being wound up here by Eddie on email talking about aesthetically pleasing. He says, in answer to the question earlier, I would throw Marnus Labuschagne into the mix in terms of most aesthetically pleasing batters. He says he made a century yesterday off 140 balls. Last week he did, indeed. I'm not sure I would say he's a textbook player, Marnus. He's enjoyable to watch in his own way.
Oh, that's lavish movement away from Vasconcelos there, wasn't it? Good take by Joe Clark. I think he picked that one up at about 1.5 slip there. So that's gone big as that seamed and swung away from the left-hander. Yeah, I think Marnus provides value in other ways than aestheticness.
But you know, that's the thing about aesthetics. Everyone's got different tastes. So you know, if you're into Marnus's, if that's your bag.
Shot by Vasconcelos. It looks like he's going to pick up a couple. Very slow, isn't it?
That deserved forward, didn't it?
Well, I thought so. I'm not convinced he quite timed it, but it kind of feels like the type of shot that you should get 4 for. Particularly with those 3 slips. It's quite a risky shot. You deserve to be rewarded for those risks.
So yeah, if you want to let us know who your most aesthetically pleasing championship batter currently is, stream at ncc.co.uk on the emails and at NorthantsCCC on Twitter.
Ooh, half a pill from second slip.
That one came back in.
Yeah, no one else was interested. Ben Duckett had a little bit of a groan, maybe, I think. I think he might have had a groan. No, I think that the 2 guys that I was thinking of, Sam Hain was one that came to the top of my mind, and then the guy that we saw score the big 100 last time we were here at Wantage Road, James Vince as well.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Is
when
the
he gets
other
going,
chap.
yeah. Yeah, and plenty of... Well, he looked awful for the first 50, and then he looked sublime after that, which is probably where it all went wrong.
Yeah. It did indeed. Yeah, I think we're going to get Lyndon James at the David Capel end as well at the end of this over. Be interesting to see whether Liam Patterson-White has an impact or a bowl in either of these innings. Oh, it's a cracking delivery to end the over from Dane Patterson. Beats Vasconcelos' outside edge. Score 29 for 1 off 12 overs. Vasconcelos on 10. Stand-in captain Sam Whiteman on 2. Lyndon James has taken the jumper off, taken the hat off, and he will have his first bowl of the day from the David Capel end, replacing the wicket taker so far this morning, Luke Fletcher.
That was a great opening over from Patterson, right on the money. Couple pushed away and then brought one back in.
8 wickets so far for Lyndon James this season. 3 of those coming against Lancs last week. Genuine all-rounder as well.
Yeah. That's in the top 5.
Gets the outside edge of Sam Whiteman, who plays that down to deep third. Hamid doing the chasing, who brings that one back in, and Sam Whiteman picks up a couple. Haseeb Hamid with that iconic handful of tape, I think. I think there's more tape than fingers going on for Haseeb. But Whiteman picks up another couple. And full and straight again. Definitely a ploy and a tactic so far, isn't it, from the Notts bowlers, certainly from the David Capel end. Full and straight seems to be the order of the day. Do you see the news that Australia have said that they only want centre wicket practice ahead of the Ashes? No more tour games? Very full that time from Lyndon James. They've said that that's good enough for them, which is a shame.
They've got a camp somewhere, have they, where they can just play against each other in the middle. It doesn't surprise me. Not great for the counties, who actually those tour games against Australia, big money spinners. If you get a 4-day game against the Aussies, you can sell those out in grounds like Wantage Road.
Oh, what a delivery that is by Lyndon James. Sam Whiteman has a little bit of a poke at it and takes a leisurely walk towards square leg to clear his mind.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because it wasn't that long ago that people would say, oh, England don't play enough games ahead of away Ashes series, usually because of scheduling. So for a side to say, actually, we don't want any competitive cricket before that first game, is an interesting one. I think India are doing the same ahead of the World Test Championship. I suppose they'd have less time to fit anything like that in, but I think they've got a camp at Arundel.
Have they?
So there might be a few Indian fans combining a trip round the castle with a chance to maybe look from the parapets over to see how things are going out in the middle at that beautiful ground in Arundel.
I didn't realise they were bunkering down at the castle. And over number 1 completed for Lyndon James. Very full. Just a couple of runs from it off the outside edge of Sam Whiteman. But other than that, a very good over from the Notts all-rounder. No, I kind of see it. I understand, and I think the scheduling is probably the big reason, isn't it? They've got the World Test Championship final before the Ashes, so then to try and fit in some tour games as well becomes very difficult. I think the Ashes tests are very, very close, almost like back-to-back Ashes tests, whereas I think previous years you would have had a week in the middle where you could have had another tour game. And it is a shame. Obviously, England don't really do anything when they go out to Australia. As Patterson continues in an appeal, nothing given from the umpire.
Too high, leg side?
Yeah, I think so. I think my eyes got thrown off a bit there because I think our camera might have gone a little bit.
Oh, that's interesting. So you look at the screen as, I suppose you get to see directly behind the bowler's arm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, from kind of a very straight mid-off where we are, that was my reaction, is it looked a bit high and maybe leg stumpy, leg sidey.
And a flash from Vasconcelos. Just needs to, I think, regain a bit of composure there after that LBW appeal. Good take again by Joe Clark behind the stumps. No, going back to the Aussies, I think it's a shame because, as you said, it's a really good way for counties to generate a bit of cash and a bit of revenue. And also, I think it's another one of those things that it kind of feels like, as guardians of the game, it's a little step to helping grow it and helping making it a bit more popular than what it is at the moment. Full again from Patterson.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said it's scheduling, because, you know, when you can barely fit international tours, and if you're saying, oh, we're going to make the tour 3 weeks longer because we're going to play Kent at Canterbury and the Duchess of Norfolk 11 at Arundel, then with all the other cricket competing for people's time. What's interesting is actually the Australians, certainly the batters, now just use the Championship as their warm-up games. I think, you know, that's the way to do it. But equally, I don't see many...
Yep, chance. Well fielded by Hamid, but Vasconcelos comes through for a single.
I don't see many of England's top 6 getting games in the Sheffield Shield before an Ashes series, which is the big debate at the moment. As a county fan, it's wonderful seeing all these guys, all these top-class Australians playing, but there is the argument about, the very heated argument about whether English cricket should be allowing these guys to...
Yeah, I don't think it'll ever go away, that argument.
I'm on the side of it raises the overall standard, and it's a challenge for the bowlers, you know, the English bowlers.
Yeah. I think in an ideal world, I think you turn around and say you can have the overseas that you want, but you can't have them in the summer before the series, if that makes sense. I think that would probably be the best of both worlds for everybody, wouldn't it? You kind of be able to turn around and say, well, they don't get a little pre-season, but they still raise the quality of it because they can come over for 3 years. They just can't come over for the 4th.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'd come. That's the problem, because actually.
And into the leg side from Whiteman. Picks up a single.
Here's my solution: is
yes,
the Australian Cricket Board has to pay the counties in the years of the tours. So you go, yeah, okay, well, you're not getting a tour match from us playing.
Yeah.
So instead, we want Marnus to get some practice before the Ashes. So what would you normally pay Marnus? Okay, we'll pay you that to have Marnus.
Yeah, I like it.
Dream on.
I like it. No, I like it. I think you've solved it. I think you've solved the problem. Both the ECB and Cricket Australia have got a few less quid to play with now, haven't they? Since the ICC have published their revenue split for the next 3 years as well. So Lyndon James, and that is up-ish and outside edge-ish from Sam Whiteman. Hamid doing the chasing, and he will cut that off again. But Sam Whiteman picks up 3 and Vasconcelos takes the strike. Yeah, so they might have a few less quid to play about with than what they had in the previous cycle.
I saw that bar chart with the percentage of what ICC revenues.
Yep.
Just actually for me, because I don't really understand, but also for people watching, explain what that represented.
Well, I will find it. Full again from Lyndon James. Very full, isn't it, from the David Capelin this morning? Essentially, it displayed the revenue split from the ICC for the next 3 years, and India were the big benefactors from that.
This is money that comes from the ICC to those countries.
Yeah,
and it was something like 36% India, with England next at 6%.
Yes. Yeah. Short this time. And I'm glad that was only my headset that clicked in my ear then, and it wasn't actually the edge of the edge of Vasconcelos.
And so that's decided on broadcast revenue, is it, for ICC tournaments, and therefore which market is producing the most?
Yeah, I think there's 2 arguments. One, I think it's fair to say that the bigger contributor towards the ICC, and that is the edge of Vasconcelos, and that has gone down by Brett Hutton at first slip, a life for Ricardo. That looked pretty bread and butter.
When I heard
from here,
bat on ball and saw where the ball was going, I almost looked down to mark on my score sheet Vasconcelos caught Hutton, bowled James, because that was a straightforward chance.
That was breadbasket-esque, wasn't it? Quite similar to the drop catch. Was it Kola Cadmore?
Yeah.
Dropped one last week. Anyway, start again. Left alone. It's very it's been a very unlike Vasconcelos innings so far, isn't it? 11 off 44, that strike rate down at 25 is nowhere near what we've come to expect from Ricardo so far this season. Whether he felt like he had to take a little bit more of a backseat for Emilio being a bit more of a fluent player, or whether Ricardo has found it that little bit tougher out there this morning than what Emilio had.
Well, I think it's testament to actually how Notts have bowled. I mean, I think Fletcher, by his own admission, would say he was probably the radar was a little off for his first couple of overs. Then he found his lengths more than anything. But Hutton went for no runs. Patterson has been excellent in his first 2 overs, as has James. So I think almost Emilio flattered to deceive with those shots that made you think, okay, here we go. Runs galore, but they recovered very well, and to get Emilio Gay when they did, I think Nottinghamshire will be delighted. They've actually bowled pretty well in this first hour.
So anyway, this ICC proposed finance model for 2024 to 2027. It's a split of $600 million US, with the BCCI receiving 231 million of those dollars, which is 38.5%. Which then, as you say, you drop down to England next at 41 million and Australia 37.5, down at 6.8 and 6.25.
Hopeful shout from the slips with Patterson coming over the wicket to the left-hander. Pitched well outside leg stump, I would imagine.
The comment sections for those type of tweets and those bits of news are always an interesting experience to have a scroll through, to see what people's general kind of perception and what their opinions are of news like that.
So assume that is the ICC going, well, this is what we deem the percentage contribution to that money from each of the countries being, right? So India is now the most populous country in the world. I think they've overtaken China.
Is it?
So a big market, cricket mad. So they go, okay, well, if our income is 600 million, or our money to distribute is 600 million, then we deem the Indian market being worthy of 38% of that. I suppose the counter argument is, well, how do you grow the game if you're just feeding the biggest beast?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the associate members between however many there are. They've got 11% between a lot of them.
Bowled him. Tell you what, that is an absolute beauty from Dane Patterson. He'd been pushing it across, or trying to push it across for Sam Whiteman, but that one came back in and it's knocked his off stump out. Not sure there was a huge amount Whiteman could have done other than perhaps take a mammoth stride forward, but difficult with the man pushing it across you. That is a glorious delivery from the Notts overseas. Yeah, unplayable.
Yeah, cracking delivery, wasn't it?
Absolute beauty from Dane Patterson. And the man who scored 130 not out at Taunton, steering Northants to safety on that final afternoon, has gone for 8, excuse me. Yeah, that's a big wicket. Man in form. And that's the kind of delivery you need to get a man in form. It was an absolute cracker. Well bowled, Dane Patterson.
Zaib.
As you will have just heard from the announcer here at Wantage Road, Zaib, and at number 4 for Northants in his second championship game of the year.
Zaib is sponsored by Country Line.
Yeah, got unlucky, didn't he, in the first innings last week at Taunton. 2 balls after his dismissal, the umpires deemed that's when it was too dark to be out there, which is always pretty tough to swallow, I suspect, as you've just walked off. And then a well-made 30 in the second innings as well.
Yeah, he looked very good for that 30 in the second innings. This is an absolutely crucial period of the match, you'd have thought. 2 down. And, you know, you always want players to play their natural game, but I think there's an argument for Zaib reining in the attacking instincts to a certain extent. Obviously, you don't want to start trying to be a batty or not, but this will be a challenging period. But not if Dane Patterson bowls there. So interesting that the top 4, Northants' top 4, all left-handers. Which, if Dane Patterson can keep reproducing the delivery that got Whiteman, won't bother Nottinghamshire one bit. Yeah, so I'd say Nottinghamshire in the ascendancy now after that sort of flurry of runs at the start. It's dried up and now 2 down for 36, Northants. Be very interesting to hear from any Nottinghamshire fans who are tuning in how you feel the season's gone so far. 2 defeats, a win and a draw for Nottinghamshire. One of those defeats sort of in the attempt to create a game out of nothing against Middlesex, and credit to Middlesex, they went for it and chased a big total. But, you know, good to see aggressive tactics from Nottinghamshire. They were prepared to lose that game in the hunt for a win, and we're seeing already in this early season, particularly with the weather, how crucial or how precious wins will be. I think it's just 6 points between 6th and 10th in Division 1 after 4 games. Lyndon James continuing from the David Capel end. Yeah, so the table as it stands, Nottinghamshire in 6th with 37 points. As I mentioned, a win, a loss and 2 draws. Kent propping up the table in 10th with 31 points with exactly the same record. Sorry, no, they've lost 2, drawn 1, won 1, which is the same record as Northants, who are a point above Kent in 9th on 32. And then actually only 19 points between bottom and 3rd. Essex on 50. Then a bit of a jump to the 2 sides, both on 60, Surrey and Warwickshire. Is that a good moment to have Dan's trip round the grounds?
I can do one of those for you, Sam.
See how the rest of the sides in the division are getting on. That man catching silly mid off. As Vasconcelos plays that nicely, just opens the face between slips and gully, and the ball still won't get to the boundary. Hamid has been very busy chasing back to 3rd. I'll tell you what, you don't get much value for your shots today here at Wantage Road. Very slow outfield. And in the end, 3 runs for Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a theme here so far this season, hasn't it, with those slower outfields. I'll give you the highlights as we go around, and then maybe after lunch we can go into a little bit more detail. But
sure.
At Old Trafford, Lancashire won the toss and chose to bowl first, and they've got Somerset 21 for 3.
And that's a beautiful shot from Zaib. Pure timing. He won't get 4 because it is a long way.
I think Lyndon James might have got a finger on that one as well.
Okay.
I think.
But nonetheless, just let the ball come to him and lent on it straight out in the ground. And Zaib is off the mark with 2 runs. A nice shot.
Yep, London Derby at the Oval. Surrey won the toss and chose to bowl first, and Middlesex are 62 for 1. And then at Canterbury, Kent versus Hampshire. Hampshire won the toss and chose to have a bowl first, and Kent are 49 for 2 in Division 1. With, how have we got 4 fixtures in Division 2 as well?
those the games that Somerset and Kent are involved in are probably ones, certainly with the current table, that Northamptonshire will keeping a close eye on. Those are teams in 8th and 10th, with Northamptonshire in 9th.
Yeah, Div 2, 2 delayed starts at Derbyshire for Derbyshire Gloucestershire and Leicestershire for Leicestershire Sussex. Yorkshire won the toss and chose to bat at Durham, which I believe has been an absolute motorway so far this season, and Yorkshire are 27 for 1. And then Worcester, in quite a remarkable repeat of what happened last week, but at Cardiff this time, are currently 33 for 5. Glamorgan won the toss and chose to have a bowl first. Tim van der Guten has 2 and Michael Nice has got 2 there.
Yeah, they've formed quite a good pair, van der Guten and Nice. As Patterson beats the outside edge of Vasconcelos. I think top of the wicket takers in Div 2, is he, van der Guten?
I would have to have a little look for you.
Nice with a hat-trick last week.
Yeah. And
then wasn't he on another one? Didn't he get 2 and 2 later in the match, or have I made that up? Anyway, he did get a hat-trick. It was funny watching the clips of that with Johnny Bairstow standing at the other end looking increasingly fed up as his chance to score some runs was being eroded at the other end. Oh, and a flashing drive from Vasconcelos, a tempter from Patterson, probably was there to be played at, but in the end it was just a swish of air from the bat of Ricardo Vasconcelos. Yeah, bowling really nicely. Patterson, just that stock delivery being pushed across the left-handers, and then the odd one coming back in to devastating effect, as Sam Whiteman can attest to. Squares Vasconcelos up, gets enough of the outside half of the bat to bring him 2 down to a squarish third.
It's been a couple of shots, a couple of moments from Ricardo of what, from this angle and this distance, a little bit of frustration maybe?
Well, I think, that's his shot, isn't it? That drive through extra cover. And he's not suddenly going to stop playing it. It's got to be the right delivery. That's an absolute beauty for Patterson, who is bowling a fantastic spell here. 3.4 overs, 1 for 6. 1 wicket. That is Sam Whiteman with a ball that I think will be doing the rounds on social media. It was an absolute beauty. And for Northamptonshire fans, not the delivery you want your top run scorer so far in the season to be getting early on in their innings. Although I think probably even if he'd had 150, that might have got him, right?
I think it would have been good enough for plenty in this round of the County Championship, Sam. I mean, it was a stonking delivery, wasn't it? And one that, fortunately, Dame Patterson hasn't managed to repeat so far, and hopefully we don't see another one of those for the next 50 minutes. But he's bowled very, very well, hasn't he, from the Lynn Wilson centre end this morning. What it really is, a very finely balanced game so far, isn't it? You said earlier this morning when Emilio was going, wow, it looked like a good toss to lose. We lost a couple of relatively quick wickets, and you suddenly think, oh, Notts might be in the ascendancy again now, and these two managed to put together a little partnership, and you kind of get towards lunch and you think, oh, maybe it wasn't the worst toss to lose again. It's been a real kind of topsy-turvy hour and 10 minutes so far.
Yeah, I think I don't think there are demons in the pitch. I think Nottinghamshire have bowled really well. I think Emilio's shot was probably a little loose, and Sam Whiteman's was an absolute jaff that came back at him sharply through Patterson's skill, really. So Yeah, it's kind of what you want from your 4-day cricket. If you win the toss and you bowl, then it's going to be an examination of the batters. But if the batters can get through, as Vasconcelos drives out into the offside, big boundary down towards the grounds staff's building, and come back for 2. I think Ricardo fancied 3 there, but
Yeah.
safe Zaib was happy to let him keep the strike.
See for me doing the fielding again.
Yeah, he's been busy.
He looks like the quickest bloke out there by a distance, doesn't he? Absolutely rapid across the field. I think like the bowling conditions, like, let's be honest, we've spoken a bit about the weather this morning and how much rain we've had. And it definitely does extend that kind of early season a little bit longer, doesn't it? Those classic kind of English green pitches, seamer-friendly conditions that we're known for over here, has just been dragged on another couple of weeks longer than what maybe we'd expected to. When you look around the counties, you only really see the likes of Simon Harmer and Jack Leach having a decent bowl as a spinner in these games so far. And I mean, Anderson this morning, he's bowled 8 overs, picked up 5 maidens, 2 for 5. It's just tough going, I think, as a batter.
Yeah, no doubt. And this year's batch of Duke's ball, a very different beast from last summer, where they seem to be going soft quickly, and batters cashed in. Got no idea how you do it, but it'd be interesting to see what the top run scorer after 4 games this year, how that compares to after 4 games last year. As Vasconcelos looks to drive Lyndon James, who's actually bowling a nice length, just 6 inches short of a full length, just tempting that drive.
Certainly giving chance, isn't he? With a fielder at short cover.
Yeah. Well, they know that's where Vasconcelos likes to score a lot of his runs, is through that extra cover region. So they're just hoping one that isn't full enough. It pops up to Mulaney, I think it is, at short extra.
I think it is, isn't it?
Not sure now, actually. I think it might be Patterson White. It is Patterson White.
Is it?
Number 22, Patterson White, yeah. Steve Mulaney is the next man round.
Yeah.
Just but this is fine from Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's just picking up the singles where they are. I think that's all he's got to do at this stage. Make sure he's there at lunch, as that single gives him the strike.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? As you've said a couple of times, like, these notch bowlers are bowling a very, very challenging line and length, and certainly not making it easy for the Northants batters so far. And you hope, don't you? The longer you spend at the crease, the easier that run scoring becomes. And let's hope, from a Northants perspective, that these guys are here for a while, and that might be one of the worst appeals that we've seen so far this season.
Trying to save the bowler's blushes.
I think so.
Yeah, still 3 slips, as you would expect, given Ricardo Vasconcelos' appetite for the drive, and with Patterson pushing it across him as a left-hander. Plenty of noise from the Nottinghamshire fielders. Joe Clark has impressed me. He's obviously a very capable wicketkeeper, but as someone who sort of gave up the gloves to focus on his batting and has come back in with Tom Moores having injured his finger, he's been tidy.
Yeah, he has. I don't think looking at the responses to the team sheet yesterday, I don't think all of the Notts fans are that excited. But I think that's more about his contributions with the bat so far this season rather than with the gloves. And I will have an absolutely terrible time in trying to pronounce the name, but I think a lot of people were calling for Dane Schardendorf.
Oh, yeah.
So apologies if I've got the pronunciation wrong.
Optimistic shout from the slip corner again with the right-armed Patterson coming over the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos.
But yeah, I think looking at these comments, pretty disappointed not to see Schardendorf in the squad or with the gloves.
Yeah, well, you're always at your best when you're not in the team, aren't you? Patterson had a week off last week against Lancashire.
Was that through injury or was that through?
I think it's this
rotation.
Nottingshire's rotation policy, which actually they might not have much choice about if Stone and Broader are missing either through ECB edict or injury. But yeah, they've had that luxury of being able to rotate their seamers. I don't think. Oh, and having praised Joe Clark's keeping, is that a chance that's gone down?
I think it is, Sam. I think that's gone. That looks like that's gone straight off the face of the bat, hasn't it?
Let's have a look at this. Well, by the reaction, I mean, it's difficult to tell with Ben Duckett at slip because he goes up for everything, but.
Yeah, I think that's another one.
Yeah, difficult to tell from the replay, but there was a noise, wasn't there? And it was nowhere near his body.
I think looking at the reactions of the players out there, I think there was bat involved for sure.
And I'd just been bigging up Joe Clark's tidy keeping, but when it mattered, if that indeed was bat or glove, it was an error. As Lyndon James continues. Well, he's had a bit of luck then this morning, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Definitely dropped on 11 by Brett Hutton at first slip. And we think dropped on 20. If you are watching on the stream and you've got eagle eyes, do get in touch and let us know whether you think that was a chance. My first reaction was that it was.
Yeah, I think it definitely was, Sam. Absolutely. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because I mean, Notts played it pretty cool with the drop on 11. But as you've said, like Vasconcelos, a couple of lives now this morning. So, from a Northants perspective, anyway, we'll all be sitting here thinking, "Come on, like Vasco, let's really kind of make these count now and punish Notts for the mistakes that they've given you this morning."
Yeah, Wantage Road has got a reputation of being a hard catching ground, hasn't it? And it was one of the players that came up to chat to us during the Hampshire game. Soft hands from Vasconcelos, just drops it into the gully region, takes a single.
I think it might have been Ricardo that we were chatting to at the end of the Middlesex game. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that preceded a game where the Hampshire game here, where 3 catches went down in the cordon, and another at long leg. James Vince given a life on 25 and went on to make big 100. Yeah, Ricardo Vasconcelos has been taking most of the strikes since that second wicket fell. That's just the 6th delivery that Zaib has faced.
Yeah, I think that proves, doesn't it, like how difficult it's been to even rotate the strike, let alone be aggressive and be positive just to rotate is proved pretty difficult.
Yeah.
I think with the time that we've spent with these two guys as well that are batting now for Northants, he kind of feels slightly more invested with these two young lads at the crease, and you kind of think, come on boys, score some runs for us today, please.
Yeah, both lovely chaps. So since that wicket, 13 runs in 5 overs. Interesting that James is bowling quite wide of the crease, trying to, I think, target those pads for Zaib. As he finishes his 5th over, and on for 14 for the all-rounder.
Yeah, it's, as you say, tough going. 2.3 runs per over for this morning session so far.
But you know, I think, again, having been put into bat on the first morning of a championship game, that's fine. Don't worry about the run rate. And if they can get to lunch, which is still 35 minutes away, having lost 2 wickets, and I think they'll be very pleased with that. But it's a long way to go. Over a quarter of the session, with Nottinghamshire not showing any signs of too many loose deliveries at the moment. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a squarish. And now slightly less square as Luke Fletcher is directed by his captain just to head towards a slightly more conventional long leg in terms of the angles.
Short ball from Dane Patterson, do you think? Hermid's just gone out to deep square? Well, as it turns out, the double bluff. Be the first time that we've seen that as a tactic or a mindset so far from Notts. They've bowled so incredibly well, haven't they, with the lines and the lengths that they've had, particularly with, like, we've not seen that lavish seam movement and that swing that we've seen here in the 2 previous games. So to still create those opportunities that they have without seeing the ball move sideways has been very impressive.
I wonder also if, with the angle to the left-hander from Patterson bowling over the wicket, he's trying to invite Vasconcelos to sort of play across the line in terms of that tuck off the legs, which then brings bowled and LBW into the equation. Whether that's another reason for leaving that acreage on the onside, saying, okay, yeah, just drop it into the onside, pick up a single. But then that comes with some risk with the way Patterson's bringing it back into the left-hander.
Yep, definitely. Just a quick plug in between the over, just to say that the blast starts in less than 2 weeks. First home game here on the 24th and another one on the 26th. So you get your tickets online, nccc.co.uk/blast. And just to let you know that they're £8 cheaper to buy tickets in a group in advance rather than on the gate. So if you feel like an evening of T20 action.
And there's that tuck off the hip from Vasconcelos, and he does indeed pick up a single. And that's the 50 up for Northants in the 22nd over. Ricardo Vasconcelos, 22 not out, having had a couple of lives, we think. And Zaib on 2 from relatively few deliveries, just 8 so far for him.
But yeah, come down and have a watch of the blast on one of the evenings. Friday nights at Northampton, I suspect a cracking time out in the bleachers. David Willey got named yesterday as the new captain.
And that'll be 4 runs for Zaib. A
Nice
loose
shot.
delivery from Patterson down the leg side. And Zaib makes no mistake, just helping it on its way.
Put it away nicely, didn't he?
Yeah.
And obviously Chris Lynn on his way back to Wantage Road for the summer as well. So
bit of a Linsanity.
Linsanity over the Jackson Grundy. So yeah, if that's not encouragement enough to come down and watch on a Friday night, I don't know what is. And I think Sam and I might have just been sacked because our Australian boss might have not been particularly complimentary about the accents. I mean, he talks a great game, considering he's not on a microphone, doesn't he? Get him on.
Yeah, apologies to any Australian listeners, but
I'm not apologising. Not now. Not now. I know that it's wound him up. 70 for 4 at lunch, lads. Don't know where that came from on the Notts field, but that was the call through the effects mic.
What a great bit of fielding at short cover. That was Matt Montgomery who stopped, which I was going to say would be a certain 4, but given the pace of the outfield and the length of the boundary, probably would have been a run 3. Nevertheless, a bit of fielding that just lifts the mood in the atmosphere in the field. And Lyndon James showing exactly that lift with a ball that itself sort of just rears off a length and passes the outside edge of Ricardo Vasconcelos. Good to hear from a Notts follower. This is Andy on Twitter. Says, hiya chaps, so many Notts batters out of nick thus far this season that they are almost queuing up to be dropped. Batting bonus points have been non-existent. Personally feel we needed to bring in a top order batter with Duckett off with England soonish. He reckons an overseas top order would have been the answer there. Yeah, well, the runs for Notts so far this year have been very top-heavy, with Hamid and Duckett doing the bulk of the scoring.
Yeah, those two themselves are right up there, aren't they, with in the list of the run scorers. I think Duckett's 5th and Hamid is 11th. And then you have to look quite a long way down before you find the next.
Yeah, I think it's Joe Clark, isn't it? He's got 150 this season, possibly 2.
I'm not sure, but down in 42nd with 160 runs so far this season. So yeah, it's been pretty dry, isn't it, for the Notts guys?
Yeah. Neither of these sides have really picked up many batting bonus points. Northamptonshire with just the 1. I think, is that the same for Notts, or have they got a few more?
Pass. Patterson then to start his 7th over of the morning to Vasconcelos. And that's left well alone through to wicket-keeper Joe Clark.
Nottinghamshire have 4 batting bonus points. So actually doing better than a few counties. Middlesex and Northamptonshire with only 1 each. Kent with 2. But yeah, runs have not been easy to come by, which makes Warwickshire's 11 batting bonus points very impressive, although I think Edgbaston has been a pretty happy hunting ground for batters this season, hasn't it? Compared to most grounds.
Inside edge this time from Vasconcelos. Hands on his head from Patterson, and Ben Duckett at second slip. Been very, very patient, very watchful so far from Ricardo. I think the innings there, 22 off 82, proves exactly how challenging it's been with the bat this morning.
But he's doing the hard yards. That's what you know. You earn the right to score freely. It's on the first morning.
Played into the onside this time. I think that's one thing that be complimentary towards the bowlers so far, but also a little bit disappointing from Northants' perspective is I don't think inability, I think is the wrong word, but we haven't so far been able to rotate the strike, have we? As you've said, like Zaib has been out there for a long time now, and he's faced 9 balls. It doesn't feel, as I say, compliment to the Notts bowlers and the attack from not allowing that to happen, but at the same time would certainly start to take a bit of the pressure off if you are able to rotate the strike a little bit more freely, which I suppose hopefully for Northants will become easier as the day goes on.
Yeah, I suppose if you're a batting coach, then you would say, well, if you can't score boundaries, then make sure you're you're running hard. But I think, as you alluded to, a lot of the credit has to go to the Notts bowlers, who, if we're honest, should have at least another wicket. Interesting how Patterson pushes the odd delivery down that leg side, doesn't he?
Yeah.
To the left-hander. I guess he is trying to bowl, get it to pitch on sort of leg stump and go across, but occasionally he just gets one that goes, he bowls a little bit further down the leg side and it just carries on straight. They usually dot balls apart from that Zaib boundary and the drop catch, if we're calling it a drop catch, which I think we are. Most of them have carried on.
Inside edge again from Vasconcelos, who I think you can tell is looking a little bit frustrated out there. I think he'd be, well, as I've said earlier, we've come to know him to be a lot more fluent than what we've seen so far this morning, and undoubtedly that will be annoying him no more than anybody else. But this stream powered by Daffabet. Thank you to those guys for making it all possible. You can get in contact with us on Twitter at NorthantsCCC or on email stream at ncc.co.uk. Luke Fletcher is going to come back on and bowl from the David Capel end. On YouTube, sometimes it's not the most helpful platform of all places, but if you're not getting the best kind of quality on the pictures, there's a little gear cog in the bottom right hand corner. You want to click on that. And Zaib gets off strike, first ball of the over. Click on the little gear cog, go to the picture resolution, pick the highest quality, and you can enjoy Wantage Road in full spec, full HD, and live.
That little tip you mentioned there, I found that so useful after you told me, because you get a blurry sort of feed on the county streams, and then suddenly it was glorious, crystal clear,
and music to Vasconcelos' ears. I think the little misfield gives him the opportunity to pick the single up and get back off strike.
Tell you something else I discovered in the last round of games was, whilst I was, all these games coming to quite thrilling conclusions, someone on Twitter mentioned this thing called VidGrid. Have you heard of this?
I have, yeah. It's like multi-box, isn't it?
So you could have 4 county streams on one screen.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
And played nicely by Zaib. Hamid doing the chasing again. Looks like Zaib will pick up a couple.
So I had Northants, Somerset, top left corner.
Yep.
Lancs Notts in the other corner. And what was the other one that went to the wire? Oh no, I had Worcestershire, Sussex, because that for a while when Ollie Robinson was tearing through them, it looked like there might be a result, but it was 3 times the county cricket.
Ooh, bit of lift that time from Luke Fletcher, caught safe a little bit by surprise. No, I think it's a shame that that's not kind of centrally provided, if that makes sense. It's a shame that it's kind of a third party that puts that together for people to have that functionality and enjoy. But nonetheless, it's brilliant that it's out there. And full by Fletcher. Safe in safe fashion. Looks like he's a lot more interested to get on with it than what we've seen from his partner so far this morning.
Yeah, this second spell from Fletcher, all 5 balls of it. Again, he's pitching it up, isn't it? I think that's certainly his plan to the new batter. Didn't last long with Emilio Gay because he was latching onto those fuller deliveries.
Same field as well for safe for what we saw from Emilio early doors, and that completes the over. Northants 59 for 2.
You have to say, in the end, Fletcher won the battle, didn't he? Because you could tell Emilio Gay was looking to take the attack to him, and he just brought the length back a little bit. Put that tempter outside the off stump, and Emilio nicked off to keeper Clark. So I think Luke Fletcher will have exchanged those boundaries for that wicket.
Played nicely by Vasconcelos down to deep third, and that's going to be another couple.
Almost been the most productive area for Vasconcelos this morning, hasn't it? The sort of open face through gully.
And if it hadn't rained,
he might have.
He'd probably be on about
50,
80, wouldn't he?
Exactly. Yeah, well, that's you know, all joking aside, is an interesting point. With the outfield so slow, is 61 for 2 more like, I don't know, 85 for 2? Or
I think you could definitely add kind of 10 to 15 on top of it, couldn't you? I think without much argument. And a lavish drive from Vasconcelos. Beautiful shot through the covers for 4 runs. And that, no doubt, will bring a smile to the Northants openers' face. 65 now the score.
That was always going for 4.
Yeah, cracking shot, wasn't it?
Had the dozen or so spectators in the cinch stand.
Puckering.
Yeah.
Which I think is what you do to a cover drive. Into his 8th over now, Patterson. Defended this time.
It's actually been a really enthralling morning session. Good contest between bat and ball. You know, barring, I think you have to bowl badly or have made a terrible decision at the toss if you know the batters are on top of you in the first session and you've elected to field. So as it stands, you know, a really even contest.
Full again from Patterson, and a wry appeal.
So I think both the 2 things both sides will be disappointed with is for Nottinghamshire, obviously the drop catches, and I suppose for Northants, difficult to criticise him given that that's the way he plays, and sometimes it comes off and sometimes it doesn't. But I would probably say that Emilio Gay's dismissal will probably disappoint him and Northants. So those are probably the 2 things each side will be probably look back a little ruefully on.
Yeah, I think so. I think Emilio definitely set out to be the aggressor this morning, didn't he? And up to that point was working very, very well. And I think you called it at the time. It potentially was a touch too short to play that drive, but hey, these things happen, don't they?
And clever bowling from Fletcher. You could tell that Gay was going to play the drive, and he bowled the delivery that found the edge.
Defended once again by Vasconcelos, down to mid-on, and that brings to the end the 8th over from Dane Patterson this morning. 65 for 2. Oh, it's this afternoon now, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's sort of testament to how gripping a session it's been.
That cracking cover drive by Vasconcelos once again. No, it has been, Sam. It's been really good to watch. Been another one of those mornings that you look up and you suddenly go, oh, there's an hour and a half gone.
Yeah, and you know, you haven't felt, you know, the focus has been on the cricket.
Absolutely.
It's not been a sort of a session, which I guess you'd expect from the first session of the game, but we've already heard from Stuart in the Dordogne, but do let us know where you're listening from.
Played nicely again by Safe. Zaib out to point to pick up a single. He seems to, so far, touch wood, seems to have been able to rotate the strike very nicely and very comfortably in his brief innings in the first session.
Yeah, he's a cliche, isn't he? But he's a busy player. Not someone that's just going to set up camp. Yeah, let us know where you're listening from. Stream at nccc.co.uk, 3 C's, or on Twitter at NorthantsCCC.
Yeah, we were all over the world last time, weren't we?
Yeah, we had some very exotic locations.
Any family relatives listening as well?
Oh, yeah, we had the late Chris Tremaine's uncle emailing us from rural New South Wales. Wonder if Jordan Buckingham's family are...
Luke Fletcher pulls in a full shot by Vasconcelos, goes through safely to Joe Clark, though. A little bit of shape away there, wasn't there, from the left-handed opener?
Yeah, that's the length he's going to be aiming for, isn't it?
Yeah. And a cracking shot by Vasconcelos. Surely this one goes for 4. Long side of the ground, through the covers, and 4 runs to Ricardo Vasconcelos.
That was textbook Vasconcelos, wasn't it?
Lovely shot, wasn't it? That's more of the Vasconcelos that I think we've seen so far this season than what we've seen this morning. Yeah, I will say, if at any point, and Sam's done remarkably well to not give any kind of groans out on stream, but if you do hear any kind of grimaces or moments of pain, my co-commentator has got a bad back, so just forewarning for anybody listening that may hear some noises later down the stream.
Yeah.
It's nothing sinister.
I'm getting old, Dan.
Defended again. I did wonder, I did suggest in the car on the way up whether it's worth kind of tapping up the Northants physio and seeing if there's a space on the bench.
Yeah, well, I think looking at the list of absentees, he might have his work cut out.
you might be quite a way down that list, yeah.
Yeah, no, the drive up in my 2007 Ford Fiesta didn't do any favours for the bad back either.
Full again from Fletcher. And that is a lovely shot by Vasconcelos. And that's another 4. Was that a scream from
Luke Fletcher?
Luke
Is
Fletcher
furious
in frustration, wasn't it? Very, very full this time.
Yeah.
Floaty half volley, I think.
9 off the over. I was going to say, you know, I don't think Fletcher should be too hard on himself there because, you know, that's kind of his role has been to bowl fuller and it worked with Gay.
Yeah.
That was a juicy half volley, as we see on the replay, and I would say that's Vasconcelos' shot of the morning.
Yeah, there's a little bit of shape away still from from Luke Fletcher. A little bit of a conflab in the middle between Joe Clark, Steve Mullaney. Looks like the helmet's coming on. So Joe Clark is coming up to the stumps, and it looks like, I'm not quite sure who that is, but that
is Patterson White. Patterson
White is putting on. No, sorry. So Patterson White's going to have a bowl.
Yes.
And it looks like we've got, if I can borrow your binoculars, if I can put them on the right way around. We have a fielder that's going to be.
That's Matt Montgomery, I think.
Matt Montgomery, it is indeed, yeah. Helmet, shin pads.
I don't mind this from Nottinghamshire. If you pick the spinner, make use of him.
Yeah, having an early bowl. Looks like we'll get a couple of overs of spin then from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning.
Division 2's leading spinner last year, which we talked about off mic, didn't we?
We did.
41 wickets in the last campaign. So it's, yeah, with, like you say, with 10 minutes till lunch, it's a bit of a straight out of the captain's playbook, but
yeah,
it's worth having a look at on a pitch that certainly got a bit of bounce. Man in at short leg.
Nice and straight to start, and safe Zaib up to the task. I suppose he'd be slightly more excited about bowling into some of those Luke Fletcher footmarks that he's left behind, but not available on this side of the pitch. And safe brings out the sweep, second ball,
Great
and picks
shot.
up 4 more. Lovely shot from safe Zaib. Moves into double figures. Had one look at Liam Patterson White and thought, no, I can sweep him.
That's the white ball pedigree. Second ball of the spinner, and a crisply hit sweep shot from Zaib.
Lovely shot. Luke Fletcher's moved slightly behind, or further behind square now, isn't he, for that? As safe Zaib sweeps again, this time straight to Luke Fletcher, who, as I say, moved behind square, which brings Vasconcelos back on strike, who I suspect probably hasn't faced a great deal of spin so far this season. Would have faced a bit of Jack Leach last week, but up to that point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Very full from the not spinner. And
I like the job that the kit person at Notts has done with the name of Patterson White on his shirt, because it's a double-barreled name's always a challenge, but Patterson White is quite a long one. So he's had to, whoever it is, had to get quite creative with the angles. Oh my word!
Attempted sweep by Vasconcelos this time, and didn't quite work out how I think it was meant to.
For a second, I thought he'd bowled him. I don't know if we can get a replay of that to see where the ball ended up, but he didn't get anything on it, did he?
No, he didn't. He certainly didn't. But anyway, first over from Patterson White completed. It's gone for 5. And Northants 79 for 2. 9 minutes to go before the lunch break. Looked like Patterson White had a little bit of drift in towards the left-handers. Not, funnily enough, a massive amount coming off the surface as yet, but a good over. Defended by safe Zaib.
Yeah, it's a big 8 minutes, this. I think if Northants can get to the lunch break 2 down with 80 odd on the board, they'll be delighted.
I think you're right, and I think at that point there, I think we start talking about a good toss to lose again, don't we? We go back to that. Defended once more. Looks like Luke Fletcher, certainly kind of when he does drag that length back a touch, gets a bit of bounce. 6'6". Clearly bowls a heavy ball, and I think that one there just, I say it tickled safe Zaib's fingers, I think, rather than struck him.
He's not a man I would want to drop a catch off, Luke Fletcher.
Do you think he might give you a bit of a spray?
I think he'd let me know what he thought about my efforts.
And that's not going to cheer him up any stretch. Save Zaib picks up 4 more runs through third slip. Looks like he tried to cut that one a little bit squarer, picked up the top edge of the bat, and 4 more for Northamptonshire. It's always misleading watching these guys on TV. Luke Fletcher's a guy that I've seen bowl for Notts for ages, particularly in the blast over the years. It's a good comeback delivery from Fletcher, who squares Safe Zaib up and goes through to Joe Clark. But you watch him on TV and you think, nah, he's not 6'6", and you suddenly kind of have a look into him a little bit, and you go, is he really 6'6"? And then you see him in the flesh and you think, blimey, no, you are every bit of 6'6".
Yeoman-like.
Feels like he's been around for years as well, doesn't it? Straight again, and Safe Zaib up to the task. Defended once more. Zaib looking for the single. Vasconcelos says no. End of the Luke Fletcher over. 4 runs coming off it. And well, we've got 5 minutes till lunch. I don't know whether Notts will be in that much of a rush to get through this one to have another one, but Patterson White will bowl it, and my money's on this being the last over before lunch, Sam.
Oh, I'll bet against you.
Fair enough.
You have to really drag it out as a spinner, don't you? 5 minutes.
Yeah. Change of field. Short leg has gone out almost on the 45. You've still got Luke Fletcher down at deep backward square for the sweep. Very straight line from Patterson White to start, with that touch of drift into the left-handers. Defended by Vasconcelos. Reminder, Notts won the toss and elected to bowl this morning. Picked up the early wicket of Emilio Gay. And a cracking bit of bowling and a great delivery from Dame Patterson to remove the stand-in Northants captain, Sam Whiteman, for 8 runs earlier this morning as well. But been a good partnership from these two.
Yeah, you'd say moment of the morning is between that delivery from Patterson and then probably the second of Emilio Gay's straight drives. But I think probably that delivery from Patterson edges it for me, just in terms of the impact on the game and
yeah,
you know, the skill in bringing it back into the left-hander.
A little bit of turn there, I think, from Patterson White, but not a huge amount. And I've got the bet wrong, Sam, and I think we will definitely have another over before lunch. And safely negotiated by Ricardo Vasconcelos, maiden over from Liam Patterson White. We will indeed get another over as Luke Fletcher makes his way back towards his mark at the David Capel end. Safe Zaib to take strike. Where would you say so far that? Would you say it's 50-50 so far? Would you say Northants slightly in front?
Can I answer at the end of this over?
No, you cannot. Of course you can, Sam.
If there's a 2 in the wickets column in 6 balls time,
yeah,
then yeah, I think Northants have edged it. And that's not to say that Nottinghamshire haven't bowled well. I think they have. But you know, the ball 30 overs old now. Ricardo Vasconcelos just starting to look a bit more fluent on 39.
Yeah.
Partnership of 47. If they can go into lunch with all those things remaining the case.
Yeah, Fletcher into his second spell. Long spell from Dane Patterson this morning. And that has flown off the outside edge. Safe Zaib safely down to deep third. Hamid does the fielding again. Zaib picks up a couple.
That was off the shoulder of the bat almost, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of.
Hopefully that hasn't got his new stickers on his bat either. Don't know whether you've seen he's got his initials stickered on his bat now.
Where, on the front?
I'm not entirely sure, but
What, a bit like sort of like a Roger Federer
yes,
RF?
yes,
Nice.
exactly.
SZ. Oh, trouble.
Oh, Vasconcelos, he's given up on it, and
What is Matt Montgomery doing?
Montgomery's missed. What did he have? 3.5, 2 3/4 stumps to
3.5. Yeah.
3.5 stumps to aim at, 2.5 stumps to aim at, 3.5.
And all the time in the world. All the time in the world.
Vasconcelos had given up on that, but survives.
I mean, I think he was missing another set, wasn't he?
I think he might have been. Yeah, I think that might be a.
Look at the slip cordon on the replay.
Yeah.
They are furious.
I think that's been Ben Duckett's default position throughout the course of this morning, hasn't it? With his hands on his head.
99 times out of 100. You're expecting professional cricketers to hit from there, aren't you?
Left alone. I don't think there was a run there, do you? Contextually as well, with 4 balls left before lunch.
I don't. Second time there's been a little bit of confusion between these two.
Do you need to add that to your list of lives?
Yes, that is definitely a missed run out. Thank you. Yeah, so potentially 3 lives now for Ricardo Vasconcelos. But that's the life of an opening batter.
Defended again. And there is a single this time. Oh, my word.
That would have been close again, I think.
I think it would, wouldn't it? Those two there, they don't seem that happy with one another on the calling. I'm not sure. I would have said that would be Safe's call rather than
Yeah, and I think
Ricardo's.
that was a single, but Ricardo Vasconcelos, I was just watching him, was sat right back on his bat in his crease. I think he's thinking last over before lunch.
Yeah.
Which I can understand, but then you need to communicate that to your partner, because
Definitely.
as we said, Zaib's a cricketer who is busy. I think I'm probably in his camp. If there's runs to be had, don't turn them down.
No, I agree with you. Certainly wasn't interested in having a conversation there, was he, with Safe either after those couple of runs and non-runs?
I'm going to put that as missed run out on 39 times 2.
Oof. Tough crowd.
But that would have been the worst thing for Northamptonshire after all that hard work.
Yeah.
A mix-up.
50 partnership for these two as well. Beats the outside edge. Yeah, 50 partnership off 91 balls between Ricardo Vasconcelos and Saif Zaib. And that takes us through to lunch. The score, 86 for 2. 31 overs have been bowled. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Saif Zaib, your not-out Northants batters on 39 and 20 respectively. Wickets for Luke Fletcher this morning. Picked up the opening batter, Emilio Gay, and also Dane Patterson, the Australian overseas and stand-in captain, Sam Whiteman for 8. A little bit of a hug and a pat on the back, I think, there between Saif and Ricardo as they make their way off. And I'm sure no hard feelings for the calling and the running and the run-out chances that we've just seen in the last over. But a good session for Northants, 86 for 2, having lost the toss and were put into bat. And I would say Northants' session.
Yeah, just about. And a warm round of applause from the home supporters. Luke Fletcher walked off. I mean, he's never looks that cheery, but he looked particularly fed up with life as he walked off, which probably count himself a bit unlucky. But yeah, a good sessions cricket, and I would say, having been asked to bat first at 86 for 2, with a 50 partnership live, as it were, then Northants will be reasonably happy. We'll be back in 40 minutes after a bit of lunch. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us. If you've got any thoughts on that morning session, you can send emails in. Stream at ncccc.co.uk, or on Twitter at NorthantsCCC, and we will pick those up when we come back from lunch.